You're watching the Everything Network. Please don't forget to like this video and also subscribe to the channel. Thanks. The Musitano crime family is a Ndrangheta organized crime family based in Hamilton, Ontario, Canada, as well as Plati in southern Italy and Buccinasco and Bareggio in northern Italy. Founded by Angelo Musitano in Canada in the 1940s, the family was one of 3 centralized mafia organizations in Hamilton, with the other 2 being the Lupino crime family and the Papalia crime family. Unlike the other 2 Hamilton families, the Musitanos did not form a strong alliance with the Buffalo crime family, staying closer to their Ndrangheta cell. The killings of Johnny Papalia and his lieutenant Carmen Barilaro in 1997, ordered by brothers Angelo and Pat Musitano, had effectively wiped out the family's remaining leaders in Canada. One news report stated that the events of 1997 decapitated the Papalia family. The brothers were arrested and sentenced in 2000 and then released in 2006. A power struggle within the Hamilton Mafia had been the result of several attempts made on Pat's life in the 2010s. Angelo was killed in 2017, and finally Pat was killed in 2020. In 1937, Angelo Musitano, known as the Beast of Delianova, fled illegally from Delianuova, Italy to Canada, after killing his sister Rosa and injuring her lover in the belief that she had disgraced the family by becoming pregnant out of wedlock. Musitano went to France and then Canada, where he lived under the assumed name of Jim D'Agostino. In 1940, an Italian court convicted Angelo in absentia to 30 years in prison. On May 8, 1963, the Hamilton police received a request from Interpol for Angelo Musitano killer, believed to be living in Hamilton. Angelo was arrested on March 3, 1965, by Hamilton police at the home of his brother Pasquale. Angelo was then extradited to Italy to serve his sentence. He had 2 nephews, Anthony, Tony, and Dominic Musitano, in Hamilton. In 1978, Dominic Musitano, then owner of a Hamilton haulage company, Rocco Lupino, and Angelo Natale, president of the Ontario Haulers Association, were charged with conspiracy to commit extortion after police uncovered a protection racket on Ontario's independent trucking industry. After a 5-year legal battle, they were acquitted in 1983. Dominic Musitano, described as short, rotund, and with gray-green pop eyes, was notorious for his rage issues and once shot and wounded a motorist for repeatedly honking his automobile horn at him. Between 1978 and 1980, the Musitano family carried out a bombing campaign against businesses that refused to pay extortion money. The Musitano family employed the Wild Ones biker gang, led by Walter Stadnick, as subcontractors to build and plant the bombs. Hamilton police detective Ken Robertson, who investigated the bombings, stated it was quite a sophisticated operation. Anthony Tony Musitano met with Douglas Cummings of the Wild Ones at a cockfight organized by the biker gang, who agreed to build bombs for the Musitano family. The Wild Ones disbanded in 1979 after 5 of their members were killed by the Hamilton chapter of the Outlaws over the course of 1978 and 1979. The first business bombed was the Genuine Bakery owned by Gino Marinagelli, with $10,000 in damages caused by an explosion on December 29, 1978. On May 3, 1979, La Favorita Bakery suffered $15,000 worth of damage after a hole was drilled into the roof, in which gasoline was poured and then ignited. The Grand Prix Motors auto dealership was also bombed 6 months later. Bertulia D'Agostino, who opened her automobile repair shop, Alba Collision, was visited by 2 members of the Musitano family who told her that it was in her best interest to sign over 50% of her business to them. When she refused, Alba Colluisio was burned down in a case of arson in September 1980, and in April 1981, D'Agostino's house was burned. So many businesses were bombed in the late 1970s and early 1980s that Hamilton was known as Bomb City. Policeman John Gordon Harris recalled about the Musitanos in 2017. You couldn't help but bump into them on James Street North. They were never rude because they didn't want any more attention than they were already getting. Robertson stated in 2017, "The Musitanos were infamous in the cheese industry. They took over cheese shipments from Italy and the prices doubled. It was part of their operation." On June 3, 1980, a bomb planted in La Favorita Bakery on Concession Street failed to explode due to faulty construction. Detectives were able to trace the dynamite used in the bomb through its serial number to the quarry where it was stolen. In October 1980, the Hamilton police charged Anthony Musitano, Douglas Cummings, Elizabeth Walla, and Leslie Lethbridge with the bombings. Cummings was the chief bomb maker and a former member of the Wild Ones, and assembled the bombs along with Lethbridge. Elizabeth Walla, Cummings' common-law wife, was recorded on a police wiretap as saying to him, "He won't be happy with that bakery. Because remember, we phoned him to get paid the next day. We've been working for the Mafia. Everything that's been done has got to do with them. Those gang fights with the Mafia, all those places that have been blown up and all that, all it is just the Mafia dispute, And all they've been doing is blowing each other up. Got rid of them, damn bikers. Now they gotta worry about the Mafia. Don't get no rest in this city. Everybody's running around with bombs, it's true. You know this is Bomb City, right? This place has more bombings than any other city in the whole of Canada for the size of it, I'd say." The wiretap revealed to police that the bombers were working for the Musitano family and changed the focus of the investigation. In January 1983, Tony Musitano was sentenced to life in prison, later reduced to 15 years on an appeal, for bombing a number of businesses in Hamilton, including the bakeries. Cummings, Walla, and Lethbridge were also convicted in the same trial. Cummings was sentenced to imprisonment for life, while Lethbridge was sentenced to 18 years and Walla to 15 years. While in prison, Tony orchestrated the murder of Toronto mobster Domenic Racco of the Siderno Group, who violated their cocaine trade agreement by dealing behind Musitano's back, and also owed the Musitano family as much as $500,000. Racco was also arrested in February 1982 and charged in connection with a cocaine trafficking conspiracy and was awaiting trial. At Millhaven Institution in Kingston, Tony Musitano befriended inmate Billy Rankin, who was due to be released in December that year. Tony and Dominic's nephew, Giuseppe Joey Avignon, often visited Tony in prison to discuss details of the plot, conversations which were secretly recorded by police. Rankin was released on December 7, 1983, and given the OK by Dominic Musitano. On December 10th, Racco got into a car in front of his Mississauga apartment with Rankin, Dominic Musitano, and Peter Majeste, thinking it was to discuss potential drug trade, but was taken to a railway track and killed. In March 1984, Dominic and Tony Musitano, Avignon, and Rankin were arrested. Dominic Musitano received 6 years for being an accessory after the fact to murder. Tony Musitano, already in prison on the bombing charges, was sentenced to 12 years concurrently. Avignon got 5 years, and Rankin was sentenced to 12 years, all three pleading guilty to conspiracy to commit murder. Tony was granted full parole in 1990. Journalist Jerry Langton called the Musitano family more low-level crooks and thugs than an organized unit who worked for the Papalia family. According to Mafia expert Antonio Nicaso, they were not at the same level of Papalia. For many years, the Musitano family lived in the shadow of Papalia. The relationship between the Papalia family and the Musitanos was never friendly, as Johnny Papalia did not trust the bad-tempered and combative Dominic Musitano, who in turn disliked Papalia as the boss of a more powerful family. Dominic Musitano's 2 sons, Pasquale and Angelo, joined their father in organized crime. Pasquale was born in 1968 and became president of P&L Tire Recycling Inc., that his father purchased in 1983. By 1992, the Hamilton Wentworth police estimated that the family was earning $14 million per year through illegal gaming. Pat Musitano was charged in 1992 after an attempted arson of the Collins Hotel in Dundas, Ontario, the home of 8 individuals at the time. He was not convicted. In 1992, Pat Musitano was found guilty of failing to make his Mount Hope tire dump conform to the Ontario Fire Code. According to documents obtained by the Toronto Star, he and his father created a fire hazard with an illegal tire dump in Mount Hope and then tried, without success, to get $3 million to $5 million of tax dollars to clean it up. They were later handed a $1.8 million fine from the Ministry of the Environment for its cleanup of the site, a fine Pat dodged with a 1993 bankruptcy claim. The crime family was led by Dominic until his death on August 13, 1995, from a heart attack at the age of 57. Pat Musitano took over as boss of the family. In 1997, Pat Musitano was in charge of a sports betting ring which brought in as much as $100,000 in bets per week. His cousin Joey Avignon also led a network for distributing illegal gambling machines in bars. According to John Ross, who was a Hamilton police sergeant, Pat Musitano was a decidedly blue-collar mobster who loved cars, hung out in restaurants, wore dark sunglasses, and dressed up in suits. He was Tony Soprano before Tony Soprano was on television. The Musitano brothers' ideas about what a gangster should be like were considerably more influenced by how mafiosi were portrayed in American films and television than by the traditions of Calabria or Sicily. Nicaso stated in 2010, "They were totally different in terms of character than Papalia. He always tried to keep a low profile. He was a very old-fashioned boss in that sense. They are the new face of organized crime. They like to show off." Ennio Mora of the Papalia family borrowed $7.2 million from Vito Rizzuto of Montreal's Rizzuto family and handed over the bulk of the money to Johnny Papalia and Carmen Barilaro, who invested some of the money to open nightclubs and restaurants, while the rest just disappeared. Barilaro, as a made man in the Magadino family, felt no pressure to repay the loan, as he said on his phone, "They can't touch us." The Canadian journalists André Cédilot and André Noël wrote that this was a major mistake, as Rizzuto decided to wipe out the Papalia family's leaders. Rizzuto formed an alliance with the Musitano brothers, who had their own reasons for wanting to eliminate the Papalia family. Both Papalia and Barilaro were made men in the Magadino family, and the Musitano brothers would need the protection of a more powerful family to guard against vengeance from the Buffalo family. In April 1997, Pasquale Musitano met with Gaetano Guy Panepinto, the Toronto agent of Montreal's Rizzuto family, in Niagara Falls. Musitano was unhappy with the way that his family was subordinate to the Papalia family, which in turn was the Canadian branch of the Magadino family. Musitano wanted an alignment with the Rizzuto family, which in turn was looking to expand into Ontario. Rizzuto had been moving his family's operations into eastern Ontario and formed an alliance with the Musitano brothers. Papalia had been blocking Rizzuto's plans to move into the more populous and wealthier areas of southern Ontario. In the spring of 1997, the family ordered the hits of Johnny Papalia, to whom the Musitanos owed $250,000 to cover bookmaking debts. The theory was that it was less expensive to have Papalia removed. The family paid $3,000 plus some cocaine for the hit. The family subsequently ordered the hit on Papalia's right-hand man, Carmen Barilaro. The hitman for both murders and for the 1985 murder of Salvatore Alemo, who owed gambling money to the Musitano crime family, was Kenneth Murdoch. Langton wrote that the murder of Papalia was an incredible affront. Nobody in Buffalo had given the Musitanos the go-ahead to kill the old man. Besides Papalia and Barilaro, the Musitano brothers also wanted Murdoch to kill Ion Croitoru, the president of the Satan's Choice Hamilton chapter, and Mario Parente, the president of the Outlaws Hamilton chapter. On the 20th of August 1997, Murdoch knocked on the door of Croitoru's house to tell him, "John, I've been sent here to kill you, but I'm not going to do it." Before Murdoch could make an attempt against Parente, he was arrested for extortion. The Hamilton police had bugged the Gathering Spot Pizzeria, which was owned by the Musitano brothers and was also their favorite place to hang out. In the audio tapes the police played for Murdoch, the Musitanos laughed at and mocked Murdoch as a scumbag of very low intelligence and found the thought of him dying in a tragic accident highly amusing. Murdoch was heartbroken to learn how his employers really felt about him, and amid his tears, agreed to turn Crown's evidence against the brothers. On the 22nd and 23rd of October 1997, Rizzuto met twice in a restaurant with his Toronto agent Gaetano Guy Panepinto and Pasquale Fat Pat Musitano. Rizzuto appointed Panepinto as his Ontario lieutenant and informed Musitano that he was to work for Panepinto. In October 1997, organized crime investigators intercepted a phone call from Pat Musitano to Panepinto. Musitano thanked Panepinto for hosting a meeting in Toronto with Vito Rizzuto. Panepinto owned a Toronto casket company called Casket Royale, and Musitano incorporated a numbered company operating under Casket Royale Hamilton. In November 1998, Murdoch pleaded guilty to 3 counts of second-degree murder, was sentenced to life imprisonment, and named Pat and Angelo as the men who had ordered the murders. He also said that Angelo had been waiting in the vehicle outside during the Barillaro murder. The motive for the hit was self-protection. Pat was convinced that Barillaro would target him in retribution for the Papalia killing, so he and Murdoch acted first. According to Murdoch, the Musitano brothers had also been fed up with being a satellite crew of the Buffalo crime family and having to pay tribute money to the family. Murdoch also claimed that he was waiting for Pat Musitano to approve the murders of 4 Lupino crime family members, Natale Lupino and Vincenzo Lupino, the 2 sons of Giacomo Lupino, and Domenic Violi and Giuseppe Violi, the 2 sons of Paolo Violi. In a later interview with journalist Peter Edwards, Murdoch claimed that Pat Musitano had ordered him to enter a coffee house with a machine gun to shoot all of the leaders of the Lupino Violi group. That would probably have included Domenico and Giuseppe Violi. Musitano's goal was to become the godfather in the Hamilton area, according to Murdoch, who said that he did not refuse but never did proceed with the plan. In February 2000, the Musitano brothers were sentenced to 10 years for conspiracy in the murder of Barillaro in a plea bargain arrangement instead of their initial first-degree murder charges. No action was taken against either in relation to the Papalia or the Alemo murder. In 2004, both brothers were denied parole. In October 2006, the Musitano brothers were both released from prison. Angelo was rearrested in March 2007 for a parole violation. He was held in the minimum security Frontenac institution until June 2007, when the parole board decided not to return him to prison. Murdoch was also later released on parole in 2011 after serving 13 years in prison. In an interview with journalist Peter Edwards, Murdoch explained the rationale for his involvement with Angelo and Pat Musitano. He had worked for their father, Domenic Musitano, and said that, "I promised to take care of his kids. That was the dumbest mistake I ever made." Domenic died in 1995. Since the brothers' release, the police had little involvement with the family for some years. In April and May 2012, the cocaine smuggler Nick Nero, in his texts to Martino Caputo, the Toronto agent of the Rizzuto family, complained about the work tax that he had to pay to the Musitano family in order to smuggle cocaine into the Niagara Peninsula. Nero charged that the Musitano brothers took an exorbitant cut of the profits for doing no work. Nero asked Caputo to speak with the Musitano brothers to reduce their work tax. Unknown to him, Pat Musitano was still angry with Caputo for not financially supporting his wife and children while he was in prison, despite having promised to do so. In September 2015, Pat Musitano's 2013 Ford Edge was set on fire in a suspected arson. His home also sustained minor damage. On May 2, 2017, Angelo Musitano was shot dead in his truck in the driveway of his home in Waterdown, Ontario, in broad daylight at the age of 39. Surveillance video showed a Ford Fusion in front of the home and a heavy-set man shooting Angelo. The vehicle was later found abandoned. It had been stolen previously. Almost 2 months later, on June 26, 2017, Pat Musitano's home was shot at multiple times during the night. No one was injured. Hamilton police did not receive cooperation from the family. Pat refused police protection. Before his death, Angelo wrote a faith-based book called I Found Him, claiming that starting a family and finding religion changed him. According to James Dubrow, the underboss of Buffalo, Domenico Violi, ordered the hit on Angelo. It was a move against the Musitanos, and they would have needed Buffalo's approval. On January 11, 2018, investigations into Angelo Musitano's death revealed 4 vehicles were involved and that he was stalked in the days leading up to his murder. News reports from a press conference indicated that police believed that Angelo's murder and a Woodbridge, Ontario killing of veterinary technician Mila Barberi while she sat in her car with her boyfriend 2 months earlier in March 2017, not previously considered to be related, appeared to have been carried out by the same individual based on footage of the shooter and the car used from surveillance cameras at the 2 locations. Detective Sergeant Peter Tom of Hamilton Police stated, "There is similar evidence, the same MO and the black Honda coupe." According to York Regional Police, Barberi was not likely the intended target. Barberi's boyfriend, Saverio Serrano, who was shot in the arm, was discovered to have connections to the 'Ndrangheta through his father, Diego Serrano of Vaughan, who was sentenced to 4 years and 6 months in prison on 2 counts of drugs conspiracy and 1 possession of proceeds of crime on January 15, 2018. The elder Serrano was an associate of crime figure, Antonio Sergi of Toronto, who was killed 2 weeks after Barberi's murder. Police did not find a link between Angelo's and Barberi's murders and the shooting of Pat Musitano's house in June 2017. On the 13th of September 2018, real estate agent Albert Iavarone was shot outside his home in Ancaster, Ontario, a similar fashion as in the Musitano murder. Sources involved in the investigation said it was possible that the shooting was in retaliation for the previous actions against the Musitano family, specifically the hit on Angelo, according to some sources. In any event, it was part of a mafia struggle in Hamilton, according to several news outlets. A Toronto Star summary added that the latest hit came in the midst of a dispute between 2 Niagara region groups of mobsters who are both tied to the New York State Buffalo mob. Iavarone had no criminal record but was known to police as an associate of known mobsters in Hamilton. However, as of 15th of September 2018, police had not explained his alleged connection to the criminal underworld and have not determined if it was a factor in his death, according to CBC News. On the 20th of September 2018, the police task force, Hamilton, York and RCMP under Project Scopa, arrested Jabril Abdallah Hassan in Hamilton and issued Canada-wide arrest warrants and later international warrants for Michael Cudmore and Daniel Tomasetti, who had both fled to Mexico in May 2017 and January 2018 respectively. A $50,000 reward for information leading to their arrests was also offered by police. Jabril Abdallah Hassan had already been charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder and 3 counts of conspiracy to commit murder in both the Musitano and Barberi murders and attempted murder on Serrano. Cudmore was captured on surveillance camera at both murders with the same black Honda. Daniele Ranieri of Bolton, Ontario, is believed to be connected to orchestrating the murders. He was found dead in Mexico in March 2018. On September 16, 2020, Cudmore was found dead in Mexico. On June 15, 2021, Jabril Abdallah Hassan pleaded guilty to participating in a criminal organization, was sentenced to time served, 46 months, and fined $500. On April 17, 2019, Tony Musitano died in Caledonia, Ontario of natural causes at the age of 72. Pat Musitano took over as the head of what was once one of Hamilton's most notable crime families, alongside the Papalias and the Lupinos. On April 25, 2019, Pat Musitano was shot 4 times outside his lawyer's office in Mississauga, sustaining life-threatening injuries. He was taken to Sunnybrook Health Sciences Center in Toronto. By May 1, 2019, he was no longer in critical condition and was released from the hospital on May 8th. A National Post report made no comment as to the probable culprits for the attempted hit on Pat Musitano, but said that the family's enemies are known to include criminal groups in Hamilton, Buffalo, Montreal, and elsewhere, including the Lupino and Papalia crime gangs. Criminology professor Stephen Metelsky of Mohawk College provided this opinion to The Spectator. Given all the extenuating circumstances leading up to this, not just his brother's death, but his house being targeted twice, his uncle passing away, I think that just opened up a ripe opportunity to speed up whatever plans were underway to make a power play into Hamilton. Former Hamilton police officer Paul Manning, who specialized in organized crime, also believed that the recent death of Tony Musitano was relevant to the attempted hit on Pat Musitano, saying, "I think his protection just died." Manning said that the Buffalo mob may have been involved, but Metelsky said that it could have been part of a local turf war. CBC News said that the 2013 death of Montreal mob boss Vito Rizzuto had left the Musitanos to fend for themselves. Court records from a 2018 matter against Domenico and Giuseppe Joe Violi of the Lupino crime family discuss a claim that the Musitanos were supporting the Contrera Caruana Mafia clan, who have roots in Montreal and Toronto. The records also refer to a September 2017 recording made by police indicating that Pat Musitano was already a marked man at that time, but provide no indication as to who had authorized the hit. The police agent stated that he would have thought that they would have gotten rid of Pat Musitano before his brother Angelo, who was murdered in May 2017. Di Violi stated that they wanted to show Pat that it was a message, Di Violi thought. They had told him that Pat would be gone, and that would be one headache out of the way. A 2019 CBC News report later quoted a Mafia expert as stating that Vito Rizzuto's death paved the way for upheaval in the underworld. There's a power struggle left from the vacuum from Rizzuto. A report by the Hamilton Spectator discussed a resurgence of Mafia violence in Hamilton and surrounding areas that has most recently included the shooting of Hamilton mob boss Pat Musitano, but made no connection to the Lupino family. Sources contacted by CBC News led the site to state that some sort of underworld power struggle is tearing through the region, as old scores are settled and players jockey for power in a time of unrest. Although Pat Musitano survived the 2019 attempt on his life, he was a dead man walking, according to Queen's University professor Antonio Nicaso. In the world of the Mafia, revenge does not lapse. Mobsters can hold grudges for years, quietly hunting targets and harboring festering feelings of revenge. On March 2, 2020, Giorgio Baresi, a former associate of Pat Musitano, who had pleaded guilty to bookmaking in 1999, was shot to death in his Stony Creek driveway. On July 10, 2020, Pat Musitano was shot to death beside his armor-plated SUV in broad daylight in the parking lot of a Burlington shopping plaza on Plains Road East at the age of 52. 2 other individuals sustained injuries. One sustained gunshot wounds, Musitano's bodyguard John Clary. The other individual was Musitano's cousin, Giuseppe Pino Avignon. A retired officer later told the Toronto Star that in his opinion, Musitano was betrayed. Otherwise, how would the killer know where to find him? Since the deaths of his protectors, Vito Rizzuto in 2013 and Tony Musitano in 2019, Pat had been...
If you haven't already, please take a second to subscribe to the channel, and also don't forget to click on the notification bell, so you'll be up to date on all videos released from the Everything Network.
John Joseph Papalia, also known as Johnny Pops Papalia, or the Enforcer, was a Canadian crime boss of the Papalia crime family based in Hamilton, Ontario, Canada. The Papalia crime family is one of 3 major crime families in Hamilton, the other 2 being the Musitano crime family and the Lupino crime family. Papalia was born in Hamilton to Italian immigrants who also had a history in organized crime. At a young age, he was involved in petty crimes, but by the 1950s, moved his way up to drug trafficking and formed a powerful alliance with the Buffalo crime family. Papalia also operated various gambling bars and vending machine businesses. In the 1960s, he played a role in the French Connection drug smuggling operation, for which he was extradited to the United States and served 5 years of a 10-year prison sentence. On May 31, 1997, Papalia was shot to death outside his vending machine business by Kenneth Murdoch, a hitman hired by Angelo and Pat Musitano of the Musitano crime family. His father, Antonio Tony Papalia, who had early Picciotteria values, was a bootlegger who immigrated to Canada from Delia Nuova, Calabria, Italy, in 1912. He first came through New York City before moving on to Montreal, Quebec, then to New Brunswick to work in the coal mines, before finally settling on Railway Street in Hamilton, Ontario, in 1917. His father became associated with Calabrian compatriot and notorious bootlegger Rocco Perry, and later Guelph mobster Tony Silvestro, working as a bootlegger who operated speakeasies. Tony Papalia was working as a driver for Perry's bootlegging operations at least by 1922, if not earlier. He was suspected in playing a role in the murder of Perry's wife, Bessie Starkman, in 1930. Papalia said of his father, in a 1986 interview with the Globe and Mail's Peter Moon, "I grew up in the 30s, and you'd see a guy who couldn't read or write, but who had a car and was putting food on the table. He was a bootlegger, and you looked up to him." Papalia's mother, Maria Rosa Italiano, also came from a Mafia family, the Italiano clan, who also participated in Perry's gang. Rosa initially married Antonio's younger brother, Giuseppe Papalia Jr., giving birth to 2 sons in Italy. However, when Giuseppe died, she immigrated to Canada with her 2 sons in 1913 to live with Antonio, whom she married at some point, although it remains unclear when the wedding actually took place. Papalia's parents were not married at the time of his birth, which was a source of much shame for him. Moon stated John was a bastard, was born out of wedlock, and he is always very self-conscious about it. You have to remember, he grew up in an era when it was a terrible thing to be conceived out of wedlock. Apparently, it bothered him all his life, and you had to be very careful about calling John a bastard. Johnny, the oldest brother to Frank, Rocco, and Dominic Papalia, half-brothers Joseph and Angelo Papalia, brother-in-law Tony Pugliese, and associates, all worked in running his clubs and gambling operations. Papalia attended St. Augustine Catholic School on Mulberry Street, dropping out in grade 8 after he suffered from a case of tuberculosis that put him in a sanatorium for several months. In 1986, Papalia stated that his biggest regret in life was never attending high school, saying of his life, "It's been an interesting one, but maybe I'd liked it to be different." As a teenager, Papalia was a member of a gang that staged burglaries in Hamilton, with the ice house at the corner of Railway and Mulberry Streets serving as their base. Papalia later described himself as a wild kid who was known for his womanizing and who had contracted syphilis by the age of 19. Papalia had a reputation for extreme violence from the start of his criminal record as a teenager in the 1930s, and despite being only 5 feet 8 inches with a slender build, was widely feared. In 1940, Papalia's father was arrested and sent to internment at Camp Petawawa as part of the Italian-Canadian internment, as potentially dangerous enemy aliens with alleged connections to Benito Mussolini's fascist regime, causing his son to have a grudge against the Canadian government. Papalia later gave his father's internment as the reason as to why he did not serve in the military during World War II. When Antonio Papalia was interned, his profession was listed as bootlegger. Antonio Papalia was released in 1941 after he convinced the authorities that he was not a fascist. The authorities imposed conditions upon his release, such as he stay out of Hamilton and regularly check in with the police. After his release, the Papalia family aligned with the Buffalo crime family, causing tensions with the still interned Perry, who saw this as a betrayal. The Papalia family were still angry with Perry for his refusal to support the Italiano family and made an alliance with Stefano Magaddino against him. Johnny Papalia did not volunteer for overseas service until November 1944. Canada only sent volunteers overseas to fight in World War II. He later claimed that his reputation for violence dated back to the war years, when he was the subject of anti-Italian bullying and insults, leading Papalia to engage in violence for self-defense. In 1943, Papalia moved to Toronto, where he joined a gang that specialized in burglaries. During this period, Papalia started to work for Harvey Chernick, one of Toronto's biggest heroin dealers. During his time in Toronto, Papalia served with a youth gang consisting of Paul Volpe, Pasquale Giodrano, Roy Pasquale, and Alberto Mignacchio. Many of the members of the gang, such as Volpe, remained longtime associates of Papalia. One who knew the gang stated, "They were a very tough bunch. They had a lot of balls." John himself talked tough, although he wasn't tough himself. He was smart enough, though, to make sure he was with people who were. John was the type of guy, even back then, that if he sensed fear in you, he tried to prey on it. On January 27, 1944, Papalia was arrested for failing to register for conscription for the defense of Canada, as he was legally obliged to do in 1942 when he turned 18. Papalia's criminal record, health problems, and his anger at the Canadian government for interning his father ensured that he was not conscripted. On October 17, 1943, Perry was released from internment as Italy had signed an armistice with the Allies on September 3, 1943. It is believed Antonio and Johnny Papalia, along with Stefano Magaddino of the Buffalo crime family, played a role in Perry's disappearance in 1944 after Perry left members of his Mafia crew slighted, although the case remains unsolved. On April 23, 1944, Perry vanished after going out for a walk, and it is believed Papalia, along with his father, was involved in the mysterious affair of Perry's disappearance. In 1944, Papalia, Giondrano, and Pasquale robbed a Toronto Dominion bank to provide themselves with venture capital for their criminal enterprises. When visiting Toronto, Papalia was known to joke that the particular branch of the Toronto Dominion Bank that he robbed in 1944 was our bank. Papalia was involved in petty crimes from a young age. Papalia was first arrested for burglary in 1945, but was given a short sentence. He was arrested again in 1949 and sentenced to 2 years in prison at the Guelph Reformatory for possession of narcotics, down from conspiracy to distribute narcotics. At his trial, Papalia claimed that he was not selling heroin, as the prosecution claimed, but rather buying it, as he maintained he needed heroin to treat the pain caused by the syphilis he contracted. The judge at the trial accepted this defense and sympathetically advised Papalia to see a doctor after his release from prison, saying there were better ways of treating syphilis-induced pain. The fact that Papalia refused an offer of a plea bargain from the Crown, under which he would serve a lesser sentence in exchange for testifying against his employers, gave him a reputation in the underworld as someone who could be trusted to observe the code of silence. When Papalia was released in 1951, he moved to Montreal for a stint, where he worked with Luigi Greco and New York City Bonanno crime family representative Carmine and Galante in heroin trafficking. Vincenzo Cotroni, the boss of the Cotroni family of Montreal, had formed an alliance with Antoine D'Agostiono, a Corsican gangster based in Marseille, to smuggle heroin that was the prototype of the French Connection smuggling network, and by 1956 it was estimated that 60% of the heroin in North America had arrived via Montreal. Cotroni had made contact with exiled Charles Lucky Luciano in 1951, saying he wanted access to the American market. Luciano had assigned Montreal to the Bonanno family. The Bonanno family in turn had sent Galante to Montreal to supervise the heroin smuggling. Galante, who had been impressed by Papalia, appointed him to serve as his agent for Ontario. Both Galante and Catroni served as mentors for Papalia, who modeled himself after them. By the mid-1950s, Johnny was called back to Ontario by Magadino and inducted as a made man into the Canadian arm of the Buffalo crime family and to be boss of the Papalia family in Ontario. It is not clear just precisely when he became a made man, but it appears to have occurred sometime in 1955. Galante had forged an alliance with the Catroni family, placing Quebec in the sphere of influence of the Bonanno family, and Magadino, who wanted to keep southern Ontario in his sphere of influence, chose Johnny as one of his instruments for doing so. Magadino informed him that he was not to replace the older leaders in Ontario, but rather to work with them. Johnny was to serve as the enforcer boss, who was to accept the advice of the older dons, who were to play a role almost analogous to a consigliere. His territory covered Hamilton, Burlington, Oakville, St. Catharines, Welland, Niagara Falls, and much of Toronto. Papalia also had influence into northern Ontario, with his power extending into North Bay. In 1954, Papalia was running a taxi company in Hamilton, which attracted police attention when one of the cab drivers, Tony Copasotti, was killed execution style. By 1955, he was known for wearing expensive suits and driving equally expensive automobiles, together with his womanizing habits. He liked to flash what he called reds and browns, $50 and $100 bills, as a sign of his wealth. Also in 1954, Papalia paid the tax arrears of the Porcupine Miners Club of Timmins, a social group for the miners in northern Ontario, founded in 1929, that had been out of business for some time. Johnny used the right that he gained with the social club charter to reopen the Porcupine Miners Club in Hamilton in 1955, which served as a cover for an illegal gambling club that operated for the next 2 years. Papalia had the games rigged at his gambling club, having the dice loaded to favor certain numbers, having small dents placed in the cards to let the dealers know what the cards were, and clips were placed under the gambling tables to remove cards with high values. In June 1955, while collecting money from various Montreal businesses together with the boxer Norm Yakubowicz, Papalia was the subject of an assassination attempt when someone opened fire on the duo. Yakubowicz was shot in the leg while Papalia was unharmed. He later shifted to Toronto, extorting brokers and running gambling clubs. In 1955, he organized in Toronto a bare-knuckle boxing match between Chard and James J. Parker, the former British Empire and Canadian heavyweight champ. Johnny, a boxing fan, together with 100 guests, watched the last known bare-knuckles boxing match in Canada, a fight that was notorious for its bloodiness and ended with Chard defeating Parker. Also in 1955, with assistance from Silvestro, he started opening charter gambling clubs in Hamilton and Toronto. Silvestro's son-in-law Danny Gasparini, Papalia's brothers Frank, Rocco, and Dominic, half-brothers Joseph and Angelo, brother-in-law Tony Pugliese, and associates Red Labar, Freddie Gabori, Frank Marchildon, and Jackie Weaver, all worked in running Papalia's clubs. After police raids, Papalia started working with James McDermott and Vincent Feely, two major figures in gambling, in several clubs throughout southern Ontario. Together with Alberto Aguesi of the Magadino family, Papalia contacted Antoine Cordoliani and Joseph Cesari, two Corsican leaders of Le Milieu, to buy high-quality heroin. Papalia often seized control of various businesses by asking of the business owners the question, "Johnny Papalia, does that mean anything to you?" When the answer was no, Papalia replied, "Well, it's going to. I'm your new partner." Those who refused his offers of partnership were then beaten bloody by Johnny's thugs. He especially liked to target stockbrokers who worked on Toronto's Bay Street, usually demanding that they pay him about $1,000 per week as protection, supposedly against their enemies, but in fact for protection against being beaten by Papalia's crew. The Hamilton police chief, Leonard Lawrence, stated in a press conference that Johnny Papalia was the leading suspect in a number of beatings of businessmen, saying, "We have heard rumors that gangland beatings have taken place here recently, but when we question people who are said to be involved, nobody, including the victims, shows much interest in talking to us. It is typical of what happens when a syndicate tries to take over and organize crime." The protection payment served as seed money for Johnny's loan sharking business, which he called shylocking. Papalia's principal enforcer was Howard "Baldy" Chard, a professional heavyweight boxer with a scarred face. Chard failed to win any professional titles, but during his time in Kingston Penitentiary had been the prison boxing champion, a title that commanded both respect and fear on the streets. In October 1958, Papalia made contact with Vinnie Morrow and Frank Caruso of the Genovese family, saying he wanted to smuggle heroin into the United States and needed someone to sell the heroin. Agueshi went to Buffalo to see Madadino and secured his support by paying him $4,000 and a promise of half the profits. In 1959, Papalia was the only Canadian who attended the meeting in New York that formally set up the French Connection smuggling network. Under the French Connection, the Mafia brought heroin via France into North America. The French Connection heroin was grown in the poppy fields of Turkey and further afield in the Golden Crescent nations of Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Iran, or the Golden Triangle nations of Burma, Thailand, and Laos. Joseph Valachi, who also attended the same meeting in New York and later turned informer, testified that he knew Johnny Papalia as a captain, but a boss in Canada who dominated southern Ontario under the authority of the Buffalo crime family. The illegal gambling business in Toronto was very lucrative, dominated by Maxie Bluestein, who kept the Mafia out of his pocket. Bluestein's Lakeview Club earned more than $13 million a year, but on March 21, 1961, at the Town Tavern in Toronto, Papalia met with Bluestein. It was understood that if Bluestein accepted a drink paid for by Papalia, it would mean submission to Johnny, and he refused it. It would mean defiance. Bluestein refused the proffered drink. Bluestein refused to merge his operations with Johnny's and was beaten with brass knuckles, iron bars, and fists as a result. The beating of Bluestein attracted much media attention, and the Toronto Star newspaper columnist Pierre Burton called the attack a semi-execution brazenly committed in public view. Burton turned the Bluestein beating into a cause célèbre, constantly demanding in his column that Papalia be brought to justice. Burton described the beating as terrible a beating as it is possible to give a man without killing him. Iron bars with ropes attached to them for greater leverage rained down on Bluestein's head and across his forehead, eyes, and cheekbones. His scalp was split 7 or 8 times. Brass knuckles were smashed into his eyes, and a broken bottle was ground into his mouth. When Bluestein dropped to the floor, he was kicked in the face. His overcoat, torn and slashed, was literally drenched in his own blood. When I saw Bluestein some 10 days after the affair, he looked like a piece of meat. Several of the witnesses to the Bluestein beating received threatening phone calls in the days after, warning them that it would be healthier for them to forget what they had just seen. The 100, some witnesses to the beating, were reluctant to come forward, but in May of that year, Papalia turned himself in to police to take some heat off of the crime family, and he was sentenced in June to 18 months in prison for the assault. Burton's columns had their effect, causing massive public outrage, and Johnny was ordered to turn himself in. As he entered the Toronto police station, he displayed his hatred of journalists, yelling insults at the assembled reporters, being quoted as saying, "Look at the dirty rats, the creeps, those crummy rotten cameras, and all you crummy rotten guys." In 1986, Papalia expressed no remorse for the beating, saying, "Bluestein was greedy. He wanted it all for himself." At the trial, which started on June 27, 1961, the witnesses were visibly terrified of Papalia, and several times the presiding judge, Joseph Addison, accused several of the witnesses of perjury, saying he did not find their testimony about not being able to remember who had beaten Bluestein very credible. The trial ended with Papalia being found guilty of assault, and Judge Addison sentenced him to 18 months in prison. Addison noted that the witnesses had all taken oaths on the Bible to tell the truth before testifying, which led him to sourly note that the fear of Papalia seemed greater than the fear of God with the witnesses at this trial. While Bluestein kept control of the Toronto gambling market, he had paranoia and was later committed to a mental institution in 1973 after he had killed a friend, before later dying of a heart attack in 1984. A profile of Papalia was published in Toronto Star Weekly magazine by Peter Sipnowicz under the title, "He Wanted to Be Canada's Al Capone." However, Sinowicz focused on Papalia's sex addiction, calling him a compulsive womanizer. Sinowicz wrote, "His relationships with women provide the best clue to his character. Johnny has an inbred need to steal other men's women. They serve as his trophies." Papalia's fondness for the wives and girlfriends of other men led him to engage in a succession of fights with the cuckolded men. Later in 1961, Papalia demolished the family home and built a warehouse for his vending machine business, an all-cash business, to serve as the front for his criminal operations. The office for the Monarch Vending Company was located at 20 Railroad Street and became his principal base, although officially Monarch Vending was owned and managed by his brother Frank Papalia, together with Bruno Monaco. Through the company records listed Johnny only as an employee of his brother Frank, he was considered by almost everyone to be the real boss of Monarch Vending. Monarch Vending and its successor company Galaxy Vending had a monopoly on the vending machine business in Hamilton, as no other vending machine company was willing to compete with Papalia. Monarch Vending was a profitable concern, making a daily profit of $12,000. Papalia began to hijack trucks to supply cigarettes for his vending machines. He was also associated with FM Amusements, a pinball machine company, and Beer Magic, which had a virtual monopoly on supplying beer dispensers for bars in Ontario for decades to come. As a loan shark, Papalia forced those who took loans from him to pay back $6 for every $5 they had borrowed, with the interest compounding on a weekly basis, amounting to an annual 1,040% interest on the loans. Businessmen who were unable to repay their loans were forced to take on vending machines from Papalia on his terms, while those who could still not repay their loans were further threatened, or worse. By the early 1960s, he earned his reputation from the French Connection, which had then been responsible for supplying over 80% of America's heroin market between the 1960s and 1970s. He worked in this operation with the Sicilian Aguici brothers, Alberto and Vito, along with the vending machine businesses with Alberto, until he was brutally murdered by the Buffalo crime family in late 1961 and Vito jailed. On May 22, 1961, several people were indicted related to the French Connection from informants Salvatore Rinaldo and Matteo Palmieri. In July 1961, Papalia was ordered to be extradited to the United States for his role in the smuggling ring. After his sentence for the Bluestein assault was commuted on March 15, 1962, he was finally extradited. As Papalia was marched by officers of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police to the plane that was to take him to the United States, he shouted at the assembled reporters, "I'm being kidnapped! Help me! They're taking me somewhere I don't want to go." Papalia's behavior was such that he was refused admission to the airplane, and instead the RCMP were forced to drive him to the U.S. border at Fort Erie, with Johnny vomiting in the back seat to be handed over to the agents of the Federal Bureau of Narcotics. The French Connection case was described by Robert F. Kennedy, the Attorney General of the United States, as the deepest penetration ever made in the illegal international trafficking of drugs. While waiting trial in New York's West Street Jail, Papalia was known as Canadian John and learned how to play chess. Papalia came to be fascinated with chess and therefore often likened himself to a chess master who always carefully pondered his every move. He was regarded as a rude, foul-mouthed prisoner, with another Canadian prisoner, James Roxburgh, saying, "He was anything but a gentleman." I knew some other people that knew him, acquaintances of Carmine Galante, and those guys were class acts in comparison. While waiting his trial, he coughed up blood due to the tuberculosis he contracted as a child. On March 4, 1963, Papalia pleaded guilty just as his trial was about to begin. On March 11, 1963, Papalia was sentenced to 10 years in prison. His conviction in New York generated massive press coverage in Canada. One Hamilton policeman told a reporter from the Toronto Star, "In the 15 years I've known him, I've never known him to engage in illegal activity. He is a cop hater, a primitive. He got where he is through fear. He's hard. Another Hamilton policeman told the same reporter, "A real deadly man who would crush you without thinking. No regard for anyone or anything, neither for the criminal laws nor the laws of the underworld." Papalia later sought to reverse his conviction, claiming that he was of unsound mind when he made the guilty plea due to the anti-tuberculosis drugs he was taking, and wanted a new trial, taking his case all the way to the Supreme Court of the United States, which refused to hear his appeal on October 12, 1964. Had he been granted a new trial, Papalia then planned to ask to have the charges dismissed under the grounds that his guilty plea and the resultant negative publicity made it impossible to find an impartial jury to hear his case. The lawyers for the Department of Justice noted that Johnny had explicitly stated he was of sound mind when he made his guilty plea, and there was no medical evidence to support his claims of drug-induced mental incompetence at the time of his guilty plea. Due to the indictment, Magadino promoted Santos Shibeta to leader of the Buffalo family's Ontario branch, replacing Papalia. In 1963, Papalia was convicted in absentia in Italy of gangsterism and sentenced to 10 years in prison. It was for this reason that Papalia never visited Italy. Later, upon his return to Canada, the Canadian authorities refused the extradition request from Italy under the grounds that Papalia was a Canadian citizen and that the offense of Mafia associations did not exist in the Criminal Code of Canada. He worked closely with the Italian branch of his Andrina clan. There is also an Australian branch of the Papalia crime family based in Griffith, but the precise relationship, if any, between the Australian and Canadian Papalias beyond blood ties remains unclear. Two of Papalia's Australian cousins were murdered. As a boss, he was feared rather than loved. One of his associates stated, "We had to respect him because of his role, but he got on everybody's nerves. He had a proprietary attitude towards the wives and mistresses of his men, taking the viewpoint that it was his right as a boss to sleep with the girlfriends and wives of his men, which made him unpopular. He was a tyrannical boss who had no tolerance for failure and made a point of taunting and punishing his men for any mistake, no matter how minor. As he grew more wealthy and powerful, he came to display a sultanistic attitude alongside his megalomania. In 1975, Johnny founded the Gold Key Club nightclub in Hamilton. Only members and their guests who knew the password were allowed entry. Detective Sergeant John Gordon Harris of the Hamilton Police said, "There wasn't actually any gold key. They used a password that changed from time to time, just like in gangster movies." The Gold Key Club became his principal base for entertaining visitors, as the large, illuminated neon yellow key on the front of the club became a symbol of his power in Hamilton. By the 1980s, his firms were the largest suppliers of beer dispensers for bars in Ontario, while leasing out at least 2,000 vending and pinball machines. John came to play a godfather role in the Italian-Canadian community, serving as a community mediator, as Papalia's biographer Adrian Humphreys noted. There are hundreds of people throughout Hamilton who will attest to Johnny's helping hand. A police officer said, "Johnny Papalia would like nothing better than to walk into a bar and have everyone in the room bow their head in respect." A man who knew him stated, "John was revered on Railroad Street. I was standing there talking with John, and this old Italian guy was walking by, and the old guy bows his head to John and says, "Ah, come pare," an Italian expression meaning Godfather. He was very good to all the kids and very good to all the people who lived in the area. If a guy needed a few bucks, John would give him a job taking the garbage out or painting something or whatever needed to be done. He would look after them. In January 1981, he married Janetta Hayes in a private ceremony. They separated in 1983. In July 1983, Réal Simard moved to Ontario from Montreal, where he met with Papalia in Hamilton on behalf of Frank Cotroni. At a meeting at Hanrahan's strip bar in Hamilton, Papalia told Simard, "Maybe you have friends? In Montreal, for instance. Maybe we have friends in common, like Frank Cotroni." Simard replied that Frank is my friend, leading Johnny to ask, "Can you get in touch with him?" Now, Simard phoned Cotroni in Montreal and then handed the phone over to Papalia, who was told that Simard was his representative and he was to work with him. The meeting was tense as John had brought along 3 bodyguards. Simard seized the Ontario market, bringing Quebec strippers to Toronto clubs, where he allowed Johnny to put his pinball machines in his clubs. The strippers from Quebec were the first to engage in nude table dancing in Ontario, which made them very popular. Despite their first meeting, Johnny managed to get along well with Simard, who spoke fluent English and was always respectful towards him. During a visit to Montreal, Cotroni asked Simard if Papalia was being polite. Cotroni's right-hand man, Claude Faber, told Simard, "If he makes any trouble, kill the fucker. He's old enough to die." In contrast to Simard, Papalia hated Eddie Mello, a boxer turned mob enforcer for the Cotroni family, who had replaced Simard as the Cotroni family's supervisor for the Toronto area. Papalia is reported to have told Cotroni, "Put a leash on Mello or I'll kill him." The murder of Volpe in November 1983, together with the fact that Lupino had suffered mental decline in his old age, forced the Magadinos to put Papalia in charge of southern Ontario again. The police considered Papalia to be one of the prime suspects behind Volpe's murder. The journalists Peter Edwards and Antonio Nicaso, in their 1993 book Deadly Silence, accused Johnny of being the one responsible for Volpe's murder. Papalia read Deadly Silence and later briefly met Nicaso. The latter found it significant that Papalia did not actually deny the accusation about Volpe's murder. Despite the unflattering picture of him in Deadly Silence, Papalia never sued Edwards and Nicaso for libel. Ron Sandelli, a staff inspector with the Toronto Police and a Mafia specialist, said in 1986 about his claims to have never killed anyone, "He is probably telling the truth in a stretched way. He may never have pulled the trigger himself, but for him to say he never killed anybody when he directed other people to do it, I find hard to believe." He became more cautious in his last years as he greatly feared returning to prison. He refused to break his parole conditions that he was not to leave Hamilton. Despite his fondness for Chinese food, Johnny refused to go to Lee's Garden, his favorite Chinese restaurant, which was located just outside of Hamilton in Burlington, instead patiently waiting in his car for someone to pick up the food he ordered. He always had his meetings with his men on the street, talking vaguely in words that were always open to interpretation, while engaging in hand gestures to convey his real meaning. The police placed bugs on the parking meters on Railroad Street, hoping to catch him saying something incriminating as he held his meetings while walking up and down the street. Sandelli stated, "You can't infiltrate Johnny Papalia. It would take you forever to infiltrate somebody like that, to the extent that you would be a personal trust to him, that he would take you as one of his boys, to tell you to do things for him. It wasn't for a lack of trying, he was just too smart. I tell you, this guy was like a fox." Several times, the police were able to pressure criminals to wear wires while visiting John at his office on Railroad Street, but he never said anything that would have allowed the police to lay charges. One criminal who wore a wire at a meeting with Johnny later stated in an interview with Humphreys, "It would have been a horrendous situation if he had found the wire." To John, it would have been the fact that he was taken for a fool, which he couldn't handle. that he had trusted somebody that he couldn't. No question, I would have had to move. John would have had me hit, killed. It would be such an insult to him that he put me in confidence, that he let me know what he was trying to do. He would look like a complete fool. To save face, he would had to order a hit on me. He would had no choice. He greatly resented the police surveillance, and was once overheard by a police bug complaining about the lady Mountie who had been assigned to follow him, saying, "What's the world coming to? I don't mind these cops following me, but when I have bits and pieces of me out and there are girls following me, there is no honor in that." In 1984, Johnny attempted to redevelop an entire city block he owned in Hamilton to put up a luxury hotel, which was frustrated by the city of Hamilton, which refused the necessary permits to redevelop the block. His real estate venture had been foiled in an OPP operation overseen by Al Robinson that saw the police informer Marvin Elkind visit Papalia at the Galaxy vending office on July 20, 1983, with an offer to provide false mortgages, an offer that Papalia accepted. Elkind did not record enough incriminating statements for the police to lay charges, as Papalia was always careful with his words, but Robinson leaked to the media in October 1983 that Papalia had taken out mortgages worth $11.7 million on properties worth only $2 million. In the 1980s, he tried to seize control of the illegal gambling houses in Toronto's Greektown on the Danforth, sending his right-hand man, Carmen Barilaro, to lead a crew to beat up patrons and rob the gambling houses that refused to pay the extortion. In December 1985, several of Johnny's associates were charged with extortion in Greektown. The police did not charge Papalia for his role in the Greektown case, out of the fear that he might be acquitted, which would add to the already almost legendary mystique that he had by the 1980s. Besides, Barilaro, Papalia's other principal lieutenant, was Ennio Mora. Mora ran the Papalia family's operations in the Greater Toronto area, while Barilaro ran the operations in the Niagara Peninsula. Mora was known for his practice of dosing those behind in loans to Papalia with gasoline and threatening to burn them alive in order for them to pay up. Barilaro was considered to be the more important of the two, as the geographical proximity of the Niagara Peninsula to the U.S. border was better situated for drugs to be smuggled into Canada. Another of Papalia's lieutenants was a man known as Penny Bender, whose special talent was to place a penny between his teeth while bending it with his hand, which was considered to be a terrifying act by those who saw it, and inspired many people to give in to Papalia's demands. One Toronto businessman, Donald Pressey, paid Papalia $10,000 after Pennybender threatened him and said he was working on behalf on the Montreal Underground. In response to an appeal for help, Papalia told Pressey just to give him $10,000 and he would protect him. It was only later that Pressey learned that Pennybender was working of Papalia. In October 1985, Johnny was one of the principal suspects in the disappearance of Louis Iannizelli, a prominent businessman in Niagara Falls, who vanished after angering Johnny by operating a loan sharking business in what Papalia saw as his turf. Iannizelli, the owner of the House of Frankenstein Wax Museum, was a loan shark who was under the protection of Dominic Longo. When Longo died, Iannizelli disappeared 3 days later. A police officer stated in 1986, Iannizelli didn't commit suicide. He was killed, and with him gone, there's no competition for John in Niagara Falls. The police suspect that Barilaro was involved in Iannizelli's presumed murder. Regarding the Greektown case, Papalia said in 1986, "Yeah, I know the people they charged. They're friends of mine. But that doesn't mean I was involved. I wasn't, because I wouldn't have anything to do with Greeks. I don't like them. I don't like their restaurants. I don't like their food." In the same interview with Peter Moon of the Globe and Mail, Papalia listed his hobbies as watching boxing, baseball, American football, and old films, as he could not stand this porno stuff, as he labeled modern films. He listed jazz as his favorite genre of music. Johnny told Moon that he had stopped taking vacations in Mexico because there was too much crime in that nation and now preferred the West Indies. He said about his occupation, "I go into a bar and I tell them my name and I intimidate people into taking our equipment. That's what the police tell you, isn't it? Listen, I'm lucky to have a couple of good brothers who look after me." About his reputation for violence, Papalia said he had a short fuse and added, "Hey, we all lose our temper sometime, don't we?" About why he was seen with gangsters so often, he replied, "You go to Italian weddings, you meet people. I go to lots of Italian weddings." Papalia admitted, however, "I did shylocking and bookmaking, but was back in the 50s. For a guy who'd been doing so much in this country, the police haven't been able to come up with anything on me. They got nothing better to do than run around following me all the time at taxpayers' expense." About his reputation for violence, Papalia said he had a short fuse and added, "Hey, we all lose our temper sometime, don't we?" About why he was seen with gangsters so often, he replied, "You go to Italian weddings, you meet people. I go to lots of Italian weddings." Papalia admitted, however, "I did shylocking and bookmaking, but was back in the 50s. For a guy who'd been doing so much in this country, the police haven't been able to come up with anything on me. They got nothing better to do than run around following me all the time at taxpayers' expense." About his reputation for violence, Papalia said he had a short fuse and added, "Hey, we all lose our temper sometime, don't we?" About why he was seen with gangsters so often, he replied, "You go to Italian weddings, you meet people. I go to lots of Italian weddings." Papalia admitted, however, "I did shylocking and bookmaking, but was back in the 50s. For a guy who'd been doing so much." Walter Stadnick, a Hamilton native and Hell's Angel in charge of expanding them into Ontario, was forced to keep a low profile in his hometown as long as Papalia lived. The crime expert Jerry Langton wrote, "Well into the 90s, Papalia was the undisputed godfather in Hamilton, especially after Lupino died in 1987. He owned an entire city block among his vast real estate holdings. His companies were the biggest vending machine and liquor dispensing equipment firms in Canada. He made millions and laughed about it in the media. In 1994, Papalia began suffering from health problems and spent most of his time either at his penthouse apartment on Market Street or his office at the Galaxy Vending Company across the street. In the 1990s, Mora borrowed $7.2 million from Montreal mob boss Vito Rizzuto and gave the bulk of the money to Papalia to open an upscale restaurant and nightclub in Toronto. After the Rizzuto crime family were not repaid, in September 1996, Mora was shot in the head 4 times at a Vaughan farm. Giacinto Arcuri was arrested and charged with Mora's murder, but was acquitted for lack of evidence. In April 1997, Pasquale "Fat Pat" Musitano, the boss of the Musitano family, met with Gaetano Guy Panapinto, the Toronto agent of Montreal's Rizzuto family in Niagara Falls. Musitano was unhappy with the way that his family was subordinate to the Papalia family, which in turn was the Canadian branch of the Magadino family. Both Papalia and his right-hand man Barilaro were made men in the Magadino family, and Musitano needed the protection of a more powerful family to avoid retaliation from the Buffalo family should either be killed. Musitano wanted an alignment with the Rizzuto family, which in turn was looking to expand into Ontario. Papalia was fatally shot in the head on May 31, 1997, at the age of 73 in the parking lot of 20 Railway Street outside his vending machine business, Galaxy Vending, in Hamilton. The hitman Kenneth Murdoch claimed that he had been ordered to kill Papalia by Angelo and Pat Musitano of the Musitano crime family, who owed $250,000 in bookmaking debts to Papalia. Murdoch went to Galaxy Vending to meet with Papalia, whom he had met several times before, to speak in the parking lot of Galaxy Vending under the false pretense of seeking his help to get money back from the Musitanos. After Papalia refused to get involved, he turned his back, and Murdoch pulled out his handgun and shot him. Papalia was brought to Hamilton General Hospital, where he was pronounced dead. Amid controversy, Papalia was refused a full funeral mass by the Diocese of Hamilton due to having been a career criminal. He was buried at Holy Sepulchre Cemetery in a family plot in Burlington. Murdoch also killed Papalia's right-hand man Carmen Barillaro 2 months after he killed Papalia. In November 1998, Murdoch pleaded guilty to 3 counts of second-degree murder and was sentenced to life imprisonment, and he named Pat and Angelo as the men who had ordered the murders. He was released on parole after serving 13 years. In February 2000, the brothers were sentenced to 10 years for conspiracy to commit murder in the murder of Barillaro in a plea bargain arrangement. No conviction was obtained in relation to the murder of Papalia. In October 2006, you're watching the Everything Network. Please don't forget to like this video and also subscribe to the channel. Thanks. The Lupino crime family, also known as the Lupino-Violi crime family, is an 'ndrangheta organized crime family based and founded in Hamilton, Ontario, Canada, in the 1950s by Giacomo Lupino. The Lupino family is one of 3 centralized mafia organizations in Hamilton, with the other 2 being the Musitano crime family and the Papalia crime family. The Lupinos have had strong connections with the Buffalo crime family of Buffalo, New York. By 2018, the Violas had an increased role in the organization, particularly Domenico and Giuseppe Violi, the sons of Montreal mob boss Paolo Violi, who had married into the Lupino family through Giacomo's daughter. Domenico had reportedly been made the underboss of the Buffalo crime family, and one of his duties was to assume control over the operations of the Lupino-Violi crime family. By late 2018, however, both brothers were imprisoned for drug trafficking offenses. Brothers Natale and Rocco Lupino are believed to be the leaders of the Hamilton-based organization. In recent times, the Lupino crime family has fallen under the control of the Buffalo crime family and is now believed to be the Buffalo family's Canadian crew. Giacomo Lupino was born in 1900 in the village of Oppido Mamertina, Calabria, Italy. Already involved in organized crime in Calabria, Lupino, his wife Domenica, née Todaro, and their 10 children immigrated to Hamilton in 1956 from Castellache, a subdivision of Oppido Mamertina. Lupino was said to carry a human ear in his wallet. Lupino was the prime suspect in 2 murders in Italy, though he was never charged in either case. The human ear that Lupino was believed to always have with him is said to have been from an incident when he severed an ear from a man in public to demonstrate his power. By the time Lupino arrived in Canada, the 3 Dons had already been established, consisting of Santo Shibetta, Anthony Silvestro, and Calogero Bordenaro, who answered to Stefano Magadino of the Buffalo crime family. Magadino's syndicate supplied drugs to Hamilton and Guelph, which in turn supplied drugs to Toronto. Before Shibetta moved to Hamilton, he was already a made member of the Magadino family. By the early 1960s, Magadino promoted Santo Shibetta to leader of the Buffalo family's Ontario branch, replacing Johnny Papalia, who was under indictments in the United States. Throughout the 1950s and 60s, Lupino and Shibetta jointly controlled Hamilton. In the late 1950s, Paul Volpe operated a stock fraud scheme in Toronto and Hamilton with the support of Jimmy Lupino and Harold Bordenaro, the son of Calogero, Charlie Bordenaro, until Volpe was run out of Hamilton by Papalia. In the early 1960s, Lupino was the capodicina of the Hamilton faction of Magadino's Buffalo crime family, giving Lupino control over all of his branches in Ontario. As boss of all bosses in the region, he was a founding member of the Camera di Controllo in Canada in 1962. Lupino had been seen meeting with powerful mob figures, including 'Ndrangheta member Rocco Zito and Saderno Group member Michele Racco. Lupino and Santo Shibetta also answered to Magadino, while Papalia was imprisoned in Canadian and American prisons between 1962 and 1968. The Lupinos also became associated with local bootlegger Paolo Violi, but left for Montreal in 1963 on Giacomo's orders to avoid clashes with Papalia. In Montreal, Wiley developed connections with the Cotroni crime family while maintaining ties with the Lupino family. He married Giacomo's daughter, Grazia, in 1965. Giacomo had 5 sons who were involved in organized crime: Vincenzi, Natali Nat, Rocco, Antonio Tony, and John Lupino. In 1966, when Magaddino planned to have Vic Cotroni killed for his loyalty to Joe Bonanno, Lupino persuaded him to abandon the murder plot. Lupino was one of the few men whom Magaddino respected and would listen to. In 1967, police began a 5-year surveillance operation of Giacomo Lupino, which included wiretapping his Hamilton home. In the early 1970s, Natale Lupino worked with Volpe on extortion schemes where they would be paid kickbacks from both the union and the developers for negotiating construction contracts, namely from construction company owner Cédilot Romanelli. Giacomo Lupino, along with his son Jimmy Lupino and Harold Bordenaro, later sponsored Paul Volpe into the Buffalo crime family. In the mid-1970s, Sabetta died, shifting the leadership entirely to Lupino. Jimmy Lupino mostly worked in the extortion rackets in his native Hamilton and became so notorious in that city that he took to renting out his name for a $1,000 fee to other extortionists. Natale Lupino likewise had a reputation in Hamilton, and by 1975 had been convicted on various counts of assault, extortion, and possession of a deadly weapon. In 1978, Rocco Lupino, Dominic Musitano, owner of a Hamilton haulage company, and Angelo Natale, president of the Ontario Haulers Association, were charged with conspiracy to commit extortion after police uncovered a protection racket on Ontario's independent trucking industry. After a 5-year legal battle, they were acquitted in 1983. In 1981, Tony and John Lupino and Jerry Fumo were convicted of fraud in regards to the hostile takeover of the Tops Continental Meats of Hamilton, receiving 15-month, 12-month, and 18-month sentences, respectively. The owner of Tops Continental, Domenic Ritura, was visited by Paolo Violi, who spoke on behalf of his brothers-in-law. On March 18, 1987, Giacomo Lupino died of natural causes at the age of 87, whereby Jimmy Lupino took over the family. Lupino suffered from senility in his last years, which he spent at St. Joseph's Hospital. His funeral was one of the grandest Mafia funerals seen in Canada, with 150 cars taking part in the funeral procession. Statements made during the 2018 trial of mobster Domenico Violi indicated that, several decades earlier, Giacomo Lupino had been responsible for working out arrangements for the alliance between the Hamilton mob and the Mafia of Buffalo. In a report on the murder of Cis Lupino in early 2019, CBC News made this statement. Court documents filed by the RCMP during the Violi trial show the Lupino family is connected to a web of organized crime stretching from Hamilton to Buffalo, NY. The news item added that the Lupino-Violi family is a faction of the Todaro crime family that is based in Buffalo, and that Rocco and Natale Lupino were members of the latter. In a 1999 interview with Musitano family hitman Kenneth Murdoch, he revealed he was ordered to kill Jimmy Lupino, but did not go through with the order. Murdoch also claimed that he was waiting for Pat Musitano to approve the murders of Natale Lupino and Vincenzo Lupino, as well as Domenic Violi and Giuseppe Violi. A 2002 Halton police report suggested the Violi brothers, Domenico, Dom, and Giuseppe, Joe, Violi, grandsons to Giacomo Lupino, who moved back to Hamilton with their mother after their father Paolo Violi was killed in Montreal in 1978 by the Sicilian Rizzuto crime family, became affiliated with the Lupino family. Giuseppe Violi was convicted in 1996 for conspiracy to smuggle cocaine, which brought him a 7-year prison sentence. Domenico became a made member in the Buffalo family in January 2015. In November 2017, the brothers were charged with 75 offenses, such as conspiracy to import a controlled substance, possession for the purpose of trafficking a controlled substance, trafficking contraband tobacco, trafficking firearms, and participating in a criminal organization. 9 people in total were arrested and charged, including Massimiliano Carfagna of Burlington, Ontario, and Adriano Scolari of Vaughan, Ontario, while warrants went out for additional suspects. During the multi-city bust, police seized large quantities of fentanyl and carfentanil, heroin, cocaine, and over 250,000 tablets of controlled substances, some 3 million cigarettes, and several gaming machines. During the same week in November, the FBI arrested several people in New York on related offenses. The charges included narcotics trafficking, loan sharking, and firearms. In March 2018, Carfagna was sentenced to 10.5 years in prison for drug trafficking and weapons offenses, and also stated between March and October 2016, he and Giuseppe Violi agreed to import 200 to 300 kilograms of cocaine into Canada. On June 1st, Giuseppe Violi was sentenced to 16 years in prison after pleading guilty on drug trafficking charges. Domenico Violi was sentenced to 8 years in prison after pleading guilty to trafficking drugs to a paid undercover police agent for more than $400,000 as part of a 3-year RCMP-led police project O'Tremans, during which the agent was officially inducted as a made member of the Bonanno crime family in Canada, according to an agreed statement of facts. Criminologist Anna Sergi of the University of Essex stated that a new alliance between Bonanno Associates and the Violi family is significant, as it suggests a growing prominence for Calabrian Mafia, the 'Ndrangheta, within the New York families and in Canada. Domenico Violi admitted to trafficking approximately 260,000 pills, including PCP, ecstasy, and methamphetamine, to the undercover agent. Wiretaps recorded from 2015 to 2017 also indicated Domenico Violi was made the underboss of the Buffalo crime family by boss Joseph Todaro Jr. in October 2017 in a meeting in Florida, the first Canadian to hold the second highest position in the American Mafia. After being promoted to underboss, Violi is heard on wiretaps boasting that he had beaten out 30 other people for the position, indicating the Buffalo family had at least 30 made men, which included Canadian members such as the Violi brothers' uncles Natale and Rocco Lupino. The wiretaps also revealed the activity of the Commission, the governing body of the American Mafia, as Violi's promotion was so unusual that Joe Todaro Jr. consulted with the Commission for permission to promote Violi as the Buffalo family's new underboss. According to wiretaps from the Violi brothers' case, Giuseppe Violi told the undercover agent back in February 2015 that Cici had been approached about becoming a made member, but Cici had told his father that he believed there was not enough money to be made and that there are too many headaches. Court documents filed by the RCMP in spring 2019 confirmed a connection between the Lupino family and the mob in Buffalo. During a civil war within the Rizzuto family in the early 2010s, both the Lupino and the Violi families, still angry over the murder of Paolo Violi, supported the anti-Rizzuto faction. Cici Lupino, son of Rocco Lupino, was shot and killed on January 30, 2019, at a home that was owned by his father at 56 Mountain Brow B. Vidide in Hamilton. Hamilton Police Service called it a targeted hit and suggested that the murder might be related to organized crime. Cici Lupino had no criminal record, however. Detective Sergeant Peter Tom provided only this information to the news media. I've been told he works for a family business down in Stony Creek, apparently related to a cafe and real estate. A subsequent report in January 2020 by the Hamilton Spectator stated that the business was a realty training center with an attached cafe. No charges had been laid as of that time, but the news item added that the Cici Lupino murder might have been committed to send a message to more powerful family members. The report also referenced a 2015 conversation that had been accessed by police. Cici was heard to say that he did not want to be a made man in the organized crime aspect of the family, but might become involved if he could be sure of a financial benefit. The Cici Lupino hit may have been related to a home invasion on April 19, 2018, in Hamilton, when three men forced their way into a house at 19 Como Place, owned by Natale Lupino, and stabbed one individual. A police source told CBC News that both of the people in the home at the time were related to Cis Lupino and are members of the Lupino crime family. In late April 2019, police arrested and charged two of the four suspects in Montreal with attempted murder, while the other two, also from Montreal, were already in custody. None were considered to be Mafia members. At that time of the arrests, there was some speculation as to whether the target of the 2018 incident had actually been Natale Lupino, because he was the owner of the house that was targeted. Carmen Barillaro was born in Italy and immigrated to Canada with parents at the age of 9. He grew up in Niagara Falls and joined the Papalia family. In 1931, when the Commission was established, dividing up North America into territories controlled by various Mafia families, much of southern Ontario was assigned to the Magadino family of Buffalo, New York, to whom the Papalia family of Hamilton were ultimately responsible to. Barillaro became a made man in the Magadino family of Buffalo. In 1978, he was convicted of conspiracy to import heroin and sentenced to 2 years in prison. Released on parole in 1979, he was convicted of trying to sell 3 pounds of heroin to an undercover police officer in 1980, causing him to spend the next 3 years in prison. During his time in prison, he had bulked up by working out, and upon his release, Papalia employed him to extort money from illegal gambling houses in Toronto's Greektown in the Pape Danforth area. Considered to be a terrifying figure, Barillaro, together with other muscular mafiosi, would raid gambling houses that refused to pay protection money to Papalia to intimidate and rob the gamblers. Louis Iannizelli was a prominent businessman in Niagara Falls, Ontario, who owned the House of Frankenstein Wax Museum, and who started to engage in loan sharking in the Niagara Peninsula, which Papalia considered to be his territory. However, Iannizelli had a protector in the form of Dominic Longo, an elderly mafiosi who worked alongside Antonio Papalia, the father of Johnny, who ordered Johnny to accept Iannizelli operations. Papalia was respectful of his elders and accepted Longo's orders. Longo died in October 1985, and 3 days later, Iannizelli disappeared without trace, never to be seen or heard from again. Barillaro was never charged, but remains the prime suspect in the presumed murder of Iannizelli. In an interview with the journalist Peter Moon of the Globe and Mail in December 1986, Papalia denied having anything to do with Iannizelli's presumed murder, but did express much hatred of Iannizelli, whom he suggested maliciously was depressed because of his failures in life and had committed suicide. One police officer told Moon, "I'm sure Iannizelli was depressed. You'd be depressed too if you thought Johnny Pops was mad at you for some reason." He didn't commit suicide, and with him gone, there's no competition for John in Niagara Falls. One police officer told the journalist Adrian Humphreys that it was universally accepted that Barillaro had killed Iannizelli for Papalia, but there was insufficient evidence to charge him with first-degree murder. In December 1985, Carmen Barillaro was arrested and charged with extortion of the gambling houses in Greektown as part of Operation Outhouse, a crackdown by the Ontario Provincial Police, OPP, on the Papalia family. The police believed that Barillaro was acting on Papalia's orders during his raids on the gambling houses of Greektown, but Papalia was not charged because it was thought likely that he would be acquitted in court, which would add to his mystique as Papalia had a near-legendary reputation by the 1980s. Instead, the police contented themselves with charging Barillaro, Ennio Mora, and several others for the brutal raids that saw numerous patrons beaten up and the ear of one gambling house owner sliced up with a knife. Ultimately, the Crown dropped the charges, and Barillaro never went to trial. On the 24th of December 1986, he filed for bankruptcy, claiming he had no assets and his only source of income was his weekly salary of $245 at Murphy's restaurant, while at the same time he allowed a friend to use his credit card as much as he wanted, saying that the costs of paying off the credit card bill was not an issue for him. To launder money for the Papalia family, Barilaro opened up a restaurant bar in Niagara Falls. Barilaro was an exacting and tyrannical manager who beat up a cook who tried to defrost a chicken with cold water instead of a microwave as he had ordered. 4. He owned the restaurant bar via a convoluted ownership structure that was meant to pass himself off as a silent partner, as his criminal record made him ineligible to have a liquor license in Ontario. In 1989, Sergeant Reginald King of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police made a listing of all 275 mafiosi in Ontario in order of importance. King placed Papalia as number 1 and Barilaro as number 7. By the late 1980s, he was in charge of the Papalia family's operations in the Niagara Peninsula area, while Ennio Mora was in charge of the Papalia family's operations in the Toronto area. 8. In 1987, Barilaro hired a woman, Faye Fontaine, to serve as an assassin, saying he wanted Roy Caja, a drug dealer who had once belonged to the Outlaws biker gang, killed for not paying a drug debt. Fontaine ultimately chose not to serve as a hit woman, and instead turned police informer. On the 24th of January 1989, Barilaro was sentenced to 3 years in prison for conspiracy to commit murder. Barilaro remained active as a criminal behind bars. In 1991, he told the police informer Marvin Elkind, while he was wearing a wire, that the boxer Eddie Mello was working for him as an enforcer. In a police operation overseen by Al Robinson, Elkind was introduced to Barilaro in 1992 at the Karen Croft Hotel to discuss buying counterfeit passports, but Elkind, while wearing a wire, instead recorded him discussing drug deals. Shortly after his release, Barilaro was charged in May 1992 with conspiracy to import several kilograms of cocaine and 900 kilograms of marijuana from the United States. The drug shipment was estimated to be worth $3 million Canadian dollars. He ended up pleading guilty to conspiracy to import cocaine and was fined $10,000. On the 5th of April 1993, Robinson met with him to warn him not to harm Elkind, saying that Elkind was not only his agent, but also his friend, and that as a policeman he had more power than Carmen did. Him and his crew specialized in loan sharking, drug smuggling, and bookmaking. Barilaro was married with 2 daughters and always had dinner with his brother every Sunday. He was a devout Catholic who was a close friend of his priest, Father Malachi Smith, who called him a model family man. Barilaro was considered to be friendly man by his neighbors, who always greeted others on the street and loved to barbecue in his backyard with his family. Mora borrowed $7.2 million from Vito Rizzuto of Montreal's Rizzuto family and gave the majority of the money to Papalia and Barilaro, who used some of it to open nightclubs and restaurants, while the rest just vanished. Neither Papalia nor Barilaro were interested in repaying the loan, as the police recorded him saying on his phone, "They can't touch us." The Canadian journalists André Cédilot and André Noël wrote that this was a major mistake as Rizzuto decided to wipe out the Papalia family's leaders. Mora was murdered on September 11 of '96, getting into his car in Vaughan. Rizzuto formed an alliance with the Musitano crime family of Hamilton, who had their own reasons for wanting to eliminate the Papalia family. On the 31st of May 1997, Papalia was fatally shot in the head in the parking lot of 20 Railway Street outside his vending machine business in Hamilton. The hitman Kenneth Murdoch claimed that he had been ordered to kill Papalia by Angelo and Pat Musitano of the Musitano family, who owed some $250,000 to Papalia. More broadly, the Rizzuto family of Montreal were moving in to take over Ontario and had chosen the Musitano family as their instrument, which in turn required the elimination of the Papalia family. As the most senior surviving figure in the Papalia family and the longtime heir apparent, Barilaro became the new boss of the family. Papalia, a deeply paranoid man, had never formally named a successor, But as Barilaro was the strongest personality within the family after Papalia, he had been widely assumed to be the successor for years, and immediately proclaimed himself the new boss upon hearing of Papalia's murder. 2 days after Papalia's murder, Barilaro met with Pat Musitano, a meeting which, unknown to both men, was secretly recorded by the police. The meeting was an extremely unfriendly one, with an angry Barilaro accusing Musitano of ordering Papalia's murder, saying he had heard a rumor that Murdoch was the hitman and the Musitano brothers were his employers. At a meeting in Buffalo in June 1997, attended by senior Magadino family leaders, Barilaro received permission to kill Pat Musitano. According to Murdoch, Barilaro planned to personally kill Musitano himself, as the rumor within Underworld circles was that Barilaro had said at the meeting, "I'll take care of that fat piece of shit myself." Murdoch testified that the Musitano brothers were greatly afraid of Barilaro and wanted him killed before he could kill them. 2 months later, on the 23rd of July 1997, Murdoch killed Barilaro with a 9mm handgun after making the comment, "This is a message from Pat." The murder occurred in Barilaro's Niagara Falls home after the victim's wife and children had left. Murdoch said that Angelo Musitano was waiting in the vehicle outside during this time. The two then left the scene. Murdoch and Barilaro struggled for several minutes before Murdoch was able to shoot him. 4. When Barilaro's wife and daughters came home from their shopping trip with Barilaro's birthday presents, they found him lying in a pool of his blood. The motive for the hit was self-protection. Pat was convinced that Barilaro would target him in retribution for the Papalia killing, so he and Murdoch acted first. Besides for Papalia and Barilaro, the Musitano brothers had also wanted Murdoch to kill Ion Croitoru, the professional wrestler and president of the Satan's Choice Hamilton chapter, and Mario Parente, the president of the Outlaws Hamilton chapter. Barilaro's time as the Papalia family boss was very brief, lasting less than 2 months, but the Canadian journalist Jerry Langton wrote that everything indicated Barilaro was a formidable mafiosi who was more than capable of leading the Papalia family, and with his murder, the family went into decline. In November 1998, Murdoch pleaded guilty to 3 counts of second-degree murder, was sentenced to life imprisonment, and named Pat and Angelo as the men who had ordered the murders. He was released on parole after serving 13 years. In February 2000, the brothers were sentenced to 10 years for conspiracy in the murder of Barilaro in a plea bargain arrangement. No conviction was obtained in relation to the murder of Papalia. In October 2006, the Musitano brothers were both released from prison. After Murdoch had served 13 years in prison, he was granted day parole in December 2011, before full parole in 2014. After release from prison, he relocated to British Columbia and works as a truck driver under his changed surname, Bishop. Ennio Mora was born in Sora, Lazio, but grew up in the south of France. In 1968, he moved to Canada, where he immediately became involved in organized crime. He was involved in running illegal gambling houses, home repair scams, loan sharking, and money laundering. Additional legal activities on his part included the sale of insurance, work as a building contractor, owning a drywalling firm, and operating a restaurant. Initially, he worked for the Toronto gangster Rocco Zito. Mora was described by one author as having a cocky, flamboyant personality. By 1975, he was selling heroin, and in November of that year became involved in an offer to sell the drug to undercover policemen. On August 11, 1976, Mora was arrested by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police on charges of conspiracy to sell heroin. Mora did not think much of the charges, and several times told the policeman Carl McLeod that all of the charges would be dismissed by January 1978. In 1979, Ennio was the victim of a murder attempt when much of his lower left leg was torn off by a blast from a shotgun when he was lounging in an illegal gambling house on Harbord Street in Toronto. As a result, he was fitted with an artificial leg that caused him to walk with a limp. The prime suspect in the shooting of Mora, Anthony Carnevale, was killed in January 1980 when he was shot dead in the basement apartment that he lived in with his parents. The police regarded Mora as the prime suspect in Carnevale's murder, but he was never charged. The weapon used to kill Carnevale was a shotgun, the same weapon that had cost him his leg. On September 24, 1980, he made a plea bargain with the Crown, under which he pled guilty to the heroin charges and served 2 years in prison. By the early 1980s, he had transferred his loyalty from Zito over to Paul Volpe. Mora was also a prime suspect in Volpe's murder, as he was one of the last people to see him alive, and the police suspect that Mora at very least helped to lure Volpe into an ambush. After Volpe's murder in 1983, Mora visited Millhaven Penitentiary on the 5th of February 1984 to meet the imprisoned gangster Antonio Tony Musitano of the Musitano family. However, Mora instead joined the Papalia family. In December 1985, a crew of Papalia family mafiosi, led by Carmen Barilaro, were charged with extortion from the illegal gambling houses in Toronto's Greektown in the Pape Danforth area. Mora was one of those charged as part of Barilaro's crew. Mora was known for his practice of dousing those behind in their debts to Johnny Papalia with gasoline and threatening to burn them alive if they refused to pay up promptly. Together with Barilaro, Mora was one of Papalia's principal lieutenants, in charge of the Papalia family's operations in the Toronto area, while Barilaro ran the operations in the Niagara Peninsula. Barilaro was considered as the more important of the two, owing to the proximity of the Niagara Peninsula to the American border, and hence placing him in charge of drug smuggling. Following Mora's convictions on weapons and drugs charges, the government of Canada attempted to deport him to Italy, but Mora's lawyers successfully argued in court that it would be cruel to separate Mora from his wife and 3 daughters, leading the judge to rule that Mora be allowed to stay in Canada. In 1995, Mora took out a loan of $7.2 million from Vito Rizzuto, the boss of Montreal's Rizzuto family. In turn, Mora handed over most of the loan to Papalia and Barilaro, who used some of it to open nightclubs and restaurants, while the rest just vanished. Neither Papalia nor Barilaro were interested in repaying the loan, as the police recorded Barilaro saying on his phone, "They can't touch us." The Canadian journalists André Cédilot and André Noël wrote that this was a major mistake, as Rizzuto decided to wipe out the Papalia family's leaders. In 1995, the police tapped Mora's phone and heard him talk about a wedding reception he was planning to attend at the Sutton Place Hotel in Toronto. He mentioned in one of his calls that the father of the bride was Alfonso Caruana, who was wanted in Italy for money laundering. Caruana had disappeared, and Mora's reference to him was the first indication as to he had gone after fleeing Italy. On September 11, 1996, Mora was shot 4 times in the head, and his corpse was left in the trunk of his Cadillac automobile on Teston Road in rural Vaughan. Detective Sergeant Ron Sandelli of the Toronto Police told the media, "It sure wasn't a surprise. He had his hand into so many things." The police established via forensic testing that Mora was murdered on a farm in Vaughan, where he often visited, before his body was placed inside of his Cadillac. Mora's corpse was found with his pants and underwear pulled down, an indication that he likely had committed a sexual offense. As within the Mafia subculture, removing a murder victim's pants and underwear indicates that the victim had sex with someone whom they were not supposed to. Within the Mafia subculture, for a mafiosi to have sex with the wife of another mafiosi is punishable by death. In practice, the enforcement of such rules largely depend upon the seniority of a mafiosi. Within the Mafia, actions that offended the honor of another mafiosi can be ordered without the approval of a more senior boss. Giacinto Arcuri was arrested and charged with Mora's murder, but was acquitted for lack of evidence. A shirt with Arcuri's DNA and Mora's blood had been found near where Mora's body had been discovered. Arcuri was unable to explain to the police how his shirt came to be covered with Mora's blood, saying, "I have 50 shirts." At his trial in the fall of 2002, Arcuri testified he had been an investor in land speculation alongside Mora, the restaurateur Nicola Galiffi, and a Chinese person. Arcuri was the last person known to see Mora alive, saying he was going to show Mora a treadmill on the day of the murder. However, the Crown's case was circumstantial, and the Crown attorney, Peter Westgate, was unable to give a motive for the murder. Moreover, Arcuri was a frail-looking senior citizen with one eye whom the jury was unable to believe had killed Mora, removed his pants and underwear, and then placed his 260-pound corpse into the trunk of a car. Michele Rocco was born in Ciderno Marina, Calabria, Italy on December 12, 1913, into a poor family. He joined the 'Ndrangheta as a young man and was already considered to be a senior leader when he immigrated to Canada in 1952. He first settled in Fort Arthur, modern Thunder Bay, and moved to Toronto in 1953. He opened a bakery on St. Clair Avenue West, which became the beginning of a chain of bakeries, coffee shops, and ice cream parlors owned by him. Rocco maintained close contacts with the Lupino crime family in Hamilton, Ontario, and with the Cotroni crime family in Montreal. By 1962, Rocco established a crimini and camera di controllo in Canada with the help of Giacomo Lupino and Rocco Zito. Salvatore Triumbari and Filippo Vendemini were also co-founders until Rocco sanctioned their murders in 1967 and 1969 respectively due to disputes. Rocco had been urged to start the Canadian operation by Antonio Macri, the undisputed boss of Ciderno, until he was killed in January 1975. Rocco had criminal convictions in his native Italy, but was never convicted of any crime in Canada. In the 1960s, most of Rocco's bakeries were burned down in cases of arson. The police initially thought he was being targeted by rival gangsters, but concluded that Rocco was burning down his own bakeries to collect the insurance money, as it became apparent that the arsonists were entering his bakeries with suspicious ease. The closest thing he came to being charged was an incident where the Toronto police found $25,000 in counterfeit money in one of his bakeries, but were unable to lay charges, as the police had no evidence that Rocco knew of the counterfeit money in his bakery, which he insisted had been brought into the store by a dishonest employee. By 1971, Rocco was considered to be the most powerful gangster in Toronto, which led him to limit the amount of extortion-related violence in Toronto's Little Italy district, which was attracting too much media attention. On March 20, 1971, during a wiretapped phone call, Rocco was heard discussing the Youth of Honors, including his own son, who would be allowed to join the Honored Society, an euphemism for the 'Ndrangheta. The initiation ceremony was raided by the police, and Rocco was warned not to attend the meeting. During another wiretap phone call to an American gangster, Rocco was heard to say, "Jesus Christ, I really can't go into details here. I'm Drina." Rocco initially answered to the Buffalo crime family, but after the death of Stefano Magaddino in 1974, he established close ties with Paolo Violi, the de facto boss of the Cotroni family of Montreal. Rocco was also a very close ally of Paul Volpe. Rocco was greatly worried about his drug addict son, Domenic Rocco, who was considered to be reckless and violent. On July 19, 1971, Domenic shot 3 men in a Toronto shopping mall following an argument over a cigarette. He was sentenced to 10 years in jail for attempted murder and was released on parole in 1978. Rocco called a meeting to discuss ways to help his son beat the charges and invited Johnny Papalia of Hamilton to attend the meeting. The journalist Adrian Humphreys wrote that Mike Rocco, the preeminent immigrant Italian criminal, invited Canadian-born Johnny to this important family meeting was a mark of great respect. Roy McMurtry, the future Ontario Attorney General, met Rocco in 1975 while he was still serving as a defense lawyer and described him as the cruelest-looking person I have ever seen. McMurtry stated that Rocco was a stereotypical gangster straight out of a Hollywood film in every respect, saying he gave off a strong sense of malevolent power. Rocco was aggressive in denying the existence of organized crime, once telling a journalist, "What is this mafia? You really believe it exists?" Rocco was the capo crimini, boss of bosses, of the 'Ndrangheta in Toronto and had close ties with other gangsters in the United States and Italy. Despite his denials, the media referred to Rocco as the godfather of Toronto. Rocco ordered the 3 murders, namely of Triumbari in 1967 and Vendemini in 1969. In 1976, he had Salvatore Palermiti killed while he was visiting Toronto. As Rocco was dying of cancer in the late 1970s, he asked for Papalia to look after his son and keep him away from cocaine. Papalia took this request seriously, but he found that Domenic Rocco was a hothead incapable of taking advice. Papalia complained with disgust that Domenic Rocco, when eating dinner with him at Rooney's restaurant in Toronto, would rush off to snort cocaine in the restroom as he had no self-control when it came to cocaine. He died of cancer on January 4th, 1980. He had one of the largest Mafia funerals ever in Toronto that was attended by 200 people. Rocco Zito and Rocco's nephew, Rocco Remo Camiso, were among his pallbearers. Domenic Rocco did not last long as a boss and was murdered on December 10, 1983, on the order of the Musitano crime family in Hamilton for violating cocaine trade agreements.
You're listening to the Everything Network.